I'm going to leave these how they came in, and here's why. The young lady in the green that's going to win this particular group for me, I think that's the freshest one in terms of her body shape. I think that one's the freshest in terms of his top side touch as well. I think one that balances up awfully nice from the side. And I wouldn't say he's as cool as the other side of the pillow, and we could tweak him in terms of attractiveness, but I still think that one fits together in terms of his show sheet proportions, and that's why he's going to win this particular class. I thought the young man in 2, I like that one's look from the side when that one gets into the exhibitor. I think that one's a bit better in terms of his chest placement. I think that one's a longer pattern type of sheep as well. Hands on, that one's hard touching. We could freshen him up over his loin edge. We could see that one just a shot rounder in terms of his body shape as well. And then the young man that comes in 3, another one that I like in terms of its length. That's a trim patterned, hard touching one as well. We need to make that guy just a bit more cracked open in terms of his basic build. We could see him with just a bit more muscularity on the top side as well. A nice class. My compliments to those 3 young exhibitors.
Thank you again, Judge Anderson. Placing in our first class of fine wool market lambs, third place exhibited by Latham Atchison, second place exhibited by Hudson Terrell, and blue ribbon class winner exhibited by Holland Terrell. Exhibitors in our second class of fine wool market lambs, Roddy Brooks exhibiting a fine wool weighing 128 pounds, Hadley Eckert with a fine wool 128 pounds, and Hadley also has another lamb in this class weighing 128 pounds.
Another nice class of fine wools, and the one that wins, young man sheep, man, that one hit me hard. Just coming out of the gate, I think a sheep that's so good when we get him into motion. I think a sheep that when we step in behind him, that one kind of overwhelms the class, just in terms of true width and in terms of true handle quality. And then we prop him up from the side, and everything makes sense. I think an awfully nice sheep, and I'm looking forward to seeing that one come back out here for the drive. I thought the sheep in 2, man, a fresh-bodied one that's fresh in terms of his touch on the top side. We can make him more aggressive in terms of his handle. We can see him a bit better in terms of his chest when we compare him to our winner, but a real stout, fluffy one that's real fresh on the top side. I thought the young man's that comes here in 3, a nice patterned one that's awfully trim and hard touching. We just need more sheep to that one. We need to see that one a bit more opened up. we need to see that one with just a shot more muscle on the top side to work up in this particular group. Man, another nice class. My compliments to those 3 young kiddos.
Thanks again for those reasons on this class of second class of fine wools and placing this class. Hadley Eckert is the owner of the 3rd place and the 2nd place lamb, and Roddy Brooks exhibited the 1st place animal in this class. In our final class of fine wool market lambs, we have 3 animals in this class. Keegan Potter exhibiting a lamb weighing 129 pounds, Jagger Eckert with a lamb weighing 131 pounds, and Roddy Brooks with a lamb weighing 143 pounds. While we have a moment here, I'd like to recognize someone else that is definitely a part of the Junior Livestock Show this year. She's doing a great job working with these kids and these youngsters. Let's give Emily Davison a hand, our photographer out here. Thank you, Emily.
Another really good class, and I think we got a competitive trio. For me, though, it came down between the two young men, and I went back and forth, but the one I keep landing on, young man down there in the red, I think a sheep that's so opened up and so good in terms of that one's body shape. That one's really good in terms of the shape of his forerib. That one's progressive in terms of his width and has the right kind of texture on the top side. Now, we prop him up from the side. I wouldn't just say he's as cool as the other side of the pillow, but I think that one's show sheep proportions are awfully good, and the way that one balances from the side, I think an awfully good one in that regard. I think a sheep 2 that's nice when we get him into motion. I think the sheep in 2 has some neat pieces. That one's so good in terms of his touch and tone. I think a tall fronted one that runs uphill. I just get a bit more picky in terms of the base of his forerib, a shot more concave. We can see him a bit better out of his hip and hind leg, and he too is a shot tighter there in terms of his spine. That's awfully minor on 1. I think it's awfully good there. And second, and the young lady in 3, we prop him up from the side, and I like that one a great deal in terms of that one's lines and silhouette from the side. I think hands-on and directly behind him on a comparative note, we just need more sheep there. We need to see that one with more fresh shape up high. We could open that one up from end to end when we compare it to the 2 ahead of him, but an awfully good one there in 3. Great class. My compliments to those 3 young exhibitors.
Placings in our final class of fine wool sheep. Third place exhibited by Keegan Potter. Second place lamb exhibited by Jagger Eckert. And first place class winner exhibited by Roddy Brooks. Exhibitors bringing their lambs in now. The placing of the first place winners in your first class, second and third class of fine wool. The lightweight lamb exhibited by Holland Terrell. The first place winner in the middleweights exhibited by Roddy Brooks. And Roddy Brooks exhibited the first place lamb in the third class of fine wools. Your second place animals in the class, the second place lamb in the lightweight was exhibited by Hudson Terrell. In the middleweight class, Hadley Eckert. And in the heavyweight class, the exhibitor was Jagger Eckert.
I think we got an awfully good lineup of them out here, and I'm not going to go back through and break down each and every one of them. Hey, it is a close call for me, and again, it came down to first impressions, but then too, when we get a little comparative and we bring them back out here and just study the sheep as they're lined up, again, it is a close call. I got my favorites too, and I'll go out and show you the two I like the best. Again, as I do, if we could, one more time, let's give it up for all the fine wool exhibitors.
Your exhibitor of your champion and your reserve champion fine wolves, Roddy Brooks. Congratulations.
Hey guys, thanks again for being here with us. We are finishing the page one. So we've gone through our South Downs and our fine wools. Wanted to give you a quick update on our winners here. So we've done our South Down class, 4 classes. And we have, for the lightweights, Henry Hills took first place, Camille Walker in the class number 2. We've got Keegan Potter took class number 3. And Kimbra Broyles took class number 4, our heavyweights. And in those, our champion Southtown is going to be Keegan Potter. Congratulations, Keegan, and followed up by Kimbra Broyles. We want to thank everybody again that sponsored these shows. And now we're going to go to our fine wools. We've got 3 classes of fine wools. With our lightweights, our winner was Holland Terrell. Our medium weight is going to be Rowdy Brooks. And our heavyweight is going to be Keegan Potter again. And when they came back in the ring, we just wrapped this guy up on the fine wools. We ended up with Roddy Brooks as our champion fine wool and Keegan Potter on a reserve champion fine wool. Again, guys, thank y'all for being here and watching with us. We look forward to seeing y'all up here if you can come. We'll be here all day. We just finished one page of about 5 pages between these lambs and goats. And just want to see you come and hang out with these kiddos. Thank you.
Across the nation. After his collegiate judging career was over, Cameron was the assistant coach, livestock judging coach at South Plains College for 2 years, and he currently resides in Crane, Texas, serving as the county extension agent. Thanks for coming here and working and evaluating these lambs for our youngsters, Cam.
Show with us yesterday, so she's been super excited to get to share a little bit with you. So real fast, what's your name, hon?
Brinley,
And how old are you?
7.
7. And then what did you get to show with us yesterday?
A pig.
Cool. Did your pig have a name?
Her name is Princess.
Princess, awesome. And then how much did that pig weigh?
230.
And then how much do you weigh? That pig was a lot bigger than you, wasn't it? Did you have fun? Cool. What was your favorite part of the day-to-day helping with your pig?
Spending time with her.
Oh, yeah? Did
And-
y'all become pretty tight friends? And what?
That I got to lay with her and show with her.
Oh, that's awesome. What was her favorite part of the day? She enjoyed bath time or when y'all ran around and walked around or what?
Ran around and walked around.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. And then how many years have you shown pigs?
Once.
One? That's it? This is your first time? All right, so what do you look forward to next year? You gonna do it again?
Yeah.
Good, good, good. All right, well, we just want to get you up here and tell you how proud of you we are. We really enjoyed having you here, and we look forward to seeing you next year and the year after. Well, how about this? What do you think you're gonna do at the sale?
Probably be with my pig.
Get some money? Yeah, so no, we're going to stand you up in front of everybody and show how good you did. So we look forward to seeing everybody Friday night. If you want to get here at 4 o'clock, we've got some goodies from the kids that do ag and nutrition. And then closer to 6 o'clock, we look forward to having everybody come out for the sale so we can sell our pig.
Okay.
All right, congratulations.
I think we got a nice pair of them, and I went back and forth in my mind between which one I wanted to land on. Ultimately, land on the young lady there in purple. I think a sheep that just has a bit more stretch and style to it when we prop that one up from the side. Hands on, that one's just a touch better in terms of his touch and tone on the top side and his muscle texture. I think a sheep that's plenty opened up and still plenty big in terms of his upper hip. Now, on a comparative note, we compare him to the 1 and 2, and that guy's got a big old hip in him. So big in terms of his pin set. That one's got a lot of lower leg. I think that one's awfully fresh behind his shoulder. We could fix him over his loin edge, and when we get from the side, he wants to plant his hind leg just a bit more up and down. I wish he had just a shot more style through his front 1/3. I think that's awfully minor on a dang nice one there in 2. Young Man Sheep in 3, I like a lot. I really like that one's design and the way that one's put together from the side. I think a sheep that's still good in terms of his width progression. We get a bit more comparative and hands-on, not as firm in terms of its texture, not as opened up as the 2 ahead of him, but an awfully good one there in 3. I thought the sheep in 4 was really hard touching and trim. I think one we can fix off either end of that gal's skeleton. We could see that one a shot stouter in terms of her true foot size, and I think that would aid to that one's balance. And then the young ladies that rounds us out here, that one's definitely not a slouch, because I think that one patterns up awfully nice from the side. I think one that's really good and hard in terms of its touch on the top side. We need to see that one a bit more opened up at the ground. We need to see that one a shot rounder in terms of its true body shape as well. That was a fun class. Again, my compliments to all those young kiddos.
Placings in our first class, second class of fine wool crosses. 5th place awarded to Holland Terrell. 4th place to Clancy Osborne. 3rd place goes to Brock Jennings. And 2nd place winner, Laney Lashley. And blue ribbon class winner exhibited by Keegan Potter. Our first class of fine wool cross lambs. Coming into the ring next will be our second class of fine wool cross lambs. We have 5 lambs in this class. Exhibitors are Caleb Potter with a lamb weighing 121 pounds. Zane Rhodes with a lamb weighing 122 pounds. Seeley Broyles with a lamb weighing 122 pounds. Dakota Martin with a lamb weighing 123 pounds. And Hudson Terrell with a lamb weighing 123 pounds.
I think an awfully good class and an awfully good class winner in this particular group. I think a sheep that we could start that one at the ground, and that one's so opened up in terms of his true basic build. I love that thing's body shape, and that's why that one's so good in terms of his texture on the top side. We prop him up from the side, and everything makes sense. Everything's good. Yes, sir. Everything's good in terms of that one's silhouette and that one's show sheep proportions and balance. I think an awfully good one. Looking forward to seeing that one come back in the drive. I thought the sheep in 2, man, a great bodied one that was hard touching on the top side. We compare that one to our winner, though, and not as neat in terms of its image. We can see that one with just a bit more style to her. We can see that one a shot better out of her hip. And we could stouten that one up in terms of her true foot size and bone size. And I think that would aid to her balance from the side. But I think a nice one there in 2. I thought the sheep in 3 gives us a nice image when the young lady props that one up. Tall fronted and runs uphill. I think one that's still progressive in terms of his width. Maybe not as hard and aggressive in terms of that one's shape. Maybe just a shot plainer in terms of its texture. But man, good looking one that's really good when we get him into motion. I thought the young man's in 4, one that's really hard right behind its shoulder. I think that one's got a big old loin laid in him. We could see that one a bit more stylish up front. Wants to run downhill a shot. We can make him a bit better there in terms of his top line as well in motion. And then the young man that rounds us out here, another one that's really bold in terms of its body. I think a moderate frame type sheep. I think one we could see just a shot trimmer. We could see that one with more aggressive shape on the top side as well. That was a fun class. Again, my compliments to all those young kiddos.
Thank you, Judge Anderson. Placing in our second class of fine wool crosses, 5th place exhibited by Zane Road. 4th place animal exhibited by Hudson Terrell. 3rd place, Sealy Broyles. 2nd place awarded to Caleb Potter. And 1st place class winner exhibited by Dakota Martin. Exhibitors in our 3rd class of fine wool crosses, Laney Lashley with a lamb weighing 125 pounds, C.N. Smith with a lamb weighing 125 pounds, Lincoln Eckert with a lamb weighing 127 pounds, Roddy Brooks, lamb weighing 128 pounds, Hux Geiswhite with a lamb weighing 133 pounds, and Roddy Brooks also with a lamb weighing 134 pounds.
I think we got an awfully good trio of them out here, and I went back and forth, but ultimately keep landing on the young man in reds down there. I think one that just covers the show sheep fundamentals of being stout and opened up and having the right kind of muscle texture on the top side, and then we prop up that guy from the side. And two, that one's still balanced. That one's good in his show sheep proportions. I think a nice one. And then two, that one still remains relatively well when we get him into motion. I think a good sheep to win this particular group. I thought the young lady sheep that comes here in second, I think one that I like the most from the side. We prop that guy up and everything makes sense. I think that guy's silhouette is awfully good, hands-on, not as aggressive as our winner, but still plenty fresh in terms of his topside texture and motion. Maybe he wants to get a little more up and down in the way he uses his hind leg. We can see him with just a bit more comfort in that regard, but I think a dang nice one in two. I thought the young man's in three has some neat pieces. That one's so good right behind its shoulder. I think that one's stout. That one's got the right kind of shape. I think two, for me, where I get the most critical on him is over his loin edge. We need to see him just a bit fresher in that regard. We can make him a bit better in terms of the base of his forerib as well. I think that's awfully minor on a dang nice one that lands here in three. Young lady sheep in four gives us a nice image from the side. I think a sheep hands-on, though. We need to make that one more aggressive. We need to see more muscularity on the top side of that guy to work up in this particular group. Young man sheep that comes in five's got a big old back laid in that gal. Really big and massive on the top side. We can see that one a bit more attractive when we prop that one up from the side. We could stouten that gal up in terms of her true foot size. I think that aids to her balance from the side. I thought the young lady that rounds us out here, a stout one that's bold. We could see that one more with more just real shape up high. We could see that one just a bit more attractive when we get them put together from the side. Again, an awfully good class. My compliments to all those young exhibitors.
Placings in our third class of fine wool cross market lambs. Excuse me, our second class. No, it is our third class. Our sixth place is awarded to Lincoln Eckert. Fifth place was exhibited by Hunter Geiswhite. Fourth place, Laney Lashley. Third place exhibited by Roddy Brooks. Second place, lamb exhibited by Sienna Smith. And the class winner exhibited by Roddy Brooks. We have 5 lambs exhibiting in our final class of fine wool crosses today. Hux Geiswhite with a lamb weighing 137 pounds. Jagger Eckert, lamb weighing 139 pounds. Bronk Jennings, a lamb weighing 142 pounds. Jagger Eckert also has a lamb weighing 151 pounds. And Cambria Broyles with a lamb weighing 155 pounds.
I think we got another nice lineup to round out the crosses with. The young man sheep down there on the far end that wins, I think that one wins just hands-on. That one's so big and aggressive on the top side. That one's got so much muscle right there over his loin edge, and he's so bold in terms of his body. Now, we prop him up from the side, and I'll agree, we could pick him up in his chest and make him a knot neater and the way everything blends up front. But I still think he's balanced and proportional in the way he's put together, and that's why I like his added muscle and top side shape to win this particular group. I think the sheep and two is neat in terms of the way that one's put together, and the same breadth though, that one's a bit plainer from the side, hands-on. He's a shot plainer in terms of his texture when we compare him to our winner. And two, I wish he was just a notch bigger there in terms of his upper hip. I think that's awfully minor on a dang nice one there in two. Sheep and three's intriguing. I think that one's put together so good, and the way that one's built, I think that one's got a big old loin laid in her as well. We could see her a shot more aggressive right behind her shoulder when we get comparative. We could see her just a bit more opened up in terms of her upper hip and pin set as well, but I think a dang nice one that lands here in three. Young man's in four's got a ton of shape on the top side of that gal skeleton. I think that one's big and round in terms of her body. We can see that one a bit better in the way she uses her hind leg, just a shot sharper. That one's a bit more plain in terms of her upper hip. We can see that one a shot stouter as well to work up in this particular group. And then the young lady that rounds us out here, a tall fronted one that looks the part when we prop them up from the side. Hands on. We need more sheep there. We need to see that one with just a bit more muscularity up high to work up in this particular group. That was a fun class. Again, my compliments to all those young exhibitors.
Placings in our final class of fine wool cross market lambs. Fifth place exhibited by Cambria Brawls. Fourth place animal exhibited by Hux Goshwhite. Third place, Bront Jennings. Second place, animal owned by Jagger Eckert, and the class winner owned and exhibited by Jagger Eckert. Exhibitors coming in the ring here are our class winners and second place animals that are placed in our 4 classes of fine wool crosses. In the first class, class winner exhibited by Keegan Potter. Second place lamb exhibited by Laney Lashley. In our second class, the first place winner exhibited by Dakota Martin, and the second place animal exhibited by Caleb Potter. In our third class, our class winner was exhibited by Roddy Brooks, and the second place animal in this class exhibited by C.N. Smith. In our last class, the first place animal was exhibited by Jagger Eckert, and Jagger also had the second place animal in this class.
an outstanding group of crosses. And again, it's a close call, especially when we get down to reserve. Champion hit me awfully, awfully hard. And I'm not going to go back through and break down each and every one of them. I'll go out and show you the two that hit me the hardest and I like the most. Again, as I do, if we could one time, let's give it up for all the cross exhibitors.
And your champion fine wool crossbred lamb exhibited by Dakota Martin. The reserve champion fine wool cross lamb exhibited by Roddy Brooks. Our next group of lambs to come in will be our Dorper lambs, but we might give you a little reminder what we have the rest of the stock show. After we finish with the lamb show, we will have the showmanship. Following the showmanship, we will begin immediately the goat show, which is followed by the goat showmanship. And then 30 minutes after the conclusion of the goat show outside, we will have the fastest torch contest. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, the food and nutrition interviews begin. At 9 o'clock, the Ag Mechanics Show will begin. At 4 p.m. tomorrow afternoon is the buyer's reception. The general store is open at 4 p.m. and the premium sale begins at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Exhibitors in the ring now for our first class of Dorper lambs. Grant Fowler with a lamb weighing 66 pounds. Eva Joy Hills with a lamb weighing 89 pounds. And Harper Fowler with a lamb weighing 95 pounds.
Another really good class, and young lady in the middle, that's going to be our class winner. I think one that from the outside, that's the one I like in terms of his pattern. I think a sheep hands-on is the best in terms of his touch and tone on the top side of that guy. And then two, we get him in motion, and he's still, everything makes sense. And the way that one's put together, I think a nice one to win this particular group. Young man's in two, man, I like a lot about that one. That one's really square in terms of his touch behind his shoulder. I think when that guy feels in over his loin edge, it's going to be awfully nice. And two, an awfully square made sheep. He's just a bit too raw for me today over his loin edge, just a shot greener over his forerib as well. And then the young lady that rounds us out here, a smooth, balanced one that's just got a bit too much on it for me today, a bit plainer in terms of its top side touch. We can see that one a bit more aggressive and a bit more shapely up high. I think that one works up awfully quickly. That was a great trio. My compliments to those three young exhibitors.
Placings in our first class of Dorper Market Lambs. Third place exhibited by Eva Joy Hills. Second place exhibitor placing in this class, Grant Fowler. In the first place, class winner belonged to Harper Fowler. Exhibitors in our second class of Dorper lambs, Laney Lashley with a lamb weighing 106 pounds, Alexis Moore, lamb weighing of 107 pounds, Zan Rhodes with a lamb weighing 110 pounds, Roan Moore with a lamb weighing 110 pounds, and Henry Hills with a lamb weighing 111 pounds.
I think a very solid trio of them, and the young man's the one I land on. I think that one wins just in terms of handle quality. That one's easily the best behind his shoulder and over his loin edge. I think a sheep, too, that's so good in terms of her body cage, and when we prop that one up, that one balances right. I think that one's got the right kind of show sheep proportions. I think the sheep in 2 from directly behind him, that one might be a notch bolder in terms of her body. It might have a shot more mass on the top side. I think hands-on, though, a bit plainer right behind its shoulder. I think that one gets plainer over the edge of its loin, too. And we study that one from the side, and that one's a shot deeper in terms of its chest. That was a bit more out in terms of her plate as well. But I think that's awfully minor on a dang nice one there in 2. Sheep in 3's cut from a completely different mold. I think that one's nice in terms of his image from the side. A neat chested one that comes back right in his lines. Hands-on, though, he's a bit too plain in his texture for me today. We need more aggression. We need more shape on the top side to work up in this particular group. But an awfully good one there. I thought the young man's that comes in 4, another one that's so bold and has a ton of mass up high, that one's just got a little too much on him for me today. We need to see that gal a shot trimmer. We need to see her a bit more shapely to work up in this particular group. The young man that rounds us out here, a hard touching one that's awfully trim. We just need to make that one a bit more better in the way that one's put together. Wants to get off behind its shoulder, wants to get a shot shorter and steeper out of his hip. Man, a great class. Again, my compliments to all 5 of those young exhibitors.
Placing in this class with Dorper Lamb, 5th place is awarded to Zane Rhodes. 4th place exhibited by Henry Hills. 3rd place animal exhibited by Laney Lashley. 2nd place, Dorper Lamb exhibited by Alexis Moore. 1st place, class winner exhibited by Roan Moore. Our final class of Dorper Lambs coming into the arena today. We have 4 animals in this class. Keegan Potter with a lamb weighing 125 pounds. Laney Lashley with a lamb weighing 128 pounds. Kimbria Broyles with a lamb weighing 129 pounds. And Sealy Broyles with a lamb weighing 130 pounds. While our judge is evaluating this class, let's look around here just a minute and think about what you have here in this facility you have. If some of you are old enough to remember, you showed these animals down on the square. If you're not quite that old, you may remember that we exhibited outside here where the trailers are backed up to, regardless of what the weather was. After that, we had the old show barn and the little ring back in the back. Now you've got a really beautiful building. You've got a great facility. You need to thank the people in the stock show committee, so let's give them a big hand for this facility we're working in. Thank you very much.
I think we got an awfully good pair of them, and I went back and forth in my mind on which one I wanted to land on. Ultimately, land on the young lady there in purple. I think a sheep that hands on is way more aggressive behind that one's shoulder. We could tweak that one over his loin edge ever so slightly, but I still think he's bigger in that regard than the one that comes in two. I think we prop him up, and no, he's not perfect in the way his shoulders assembled onto his body, but I still think one that's balanced. I think one that's proportional. I think a nice one to win this particular group. Sheep in two, that's the one I like from the side in terms of that one's silhouette. I think that one's neater in terms of his shoulder shape and chest placement. I like that one out of his hip and hind leg, and that one's posture. Hands on, just a shot plainer, especially right behind its shoulder. That one might be a nickel fresher over his loin edge than our winner, but not near as big. And then two, I wish that one just had a shot more shape down into his lower leg, but I think an awfully good one in second. Young ladies in three, a really round-bodied one, and that one's got a ton of mass on the top side. Just a bit plainer in terms of its texture. We could see that one with just a bit more stretch and style to it, and I think that one would work up in this particular group. Then the young lady in four, a bold one, another one with a lot of mass on the top side. He's got a little too much on him over his forerib. If we could trim that one up, if we could push him back in his plate, just make him a bit more attractive up front, I think that sheep works up as well. That was a fun class. My compliments to all those young exhibitors.
Placings on our final class of Dorper Market Lambs. Fourth place animal exhibited by Sealy Broyles. Third place exhibited by Cambria Broyles. Second place lamb exhibited by Laney Lastly, and class winner exhibited by Keegan Potter. Exhibitors entering the ring now are your first and second place class winners in your four classes of excuse me, Dorper Lambs. Class 1 winner exhibited by Harper Fowler. Second place exhibited by Grant Fowler. In our second class, first place exhibited by Lone Moore, and second place animal exhibited by Alexis Moore. And in our third class of Dorper Lambs, your first place class winner exhibited by Keegan Potter, and second place exhibited by Laney Lastly.
I think we got an awfully good lineup of Dorpers out here, and I'm not going to go back through and break down each and every one of them. I feel like it does come down between two of them for me, and I've gone back and forth in my mind and which one I want to land on. Again, it's a close call. I'll set down the mic now and go show you the two I like. Again, as I do, if we could, one more time, let's give it up for all the Dorper exhibitors.
Champion Dorper exhibited by Keegan Potter. The reserve champion exhibited by Roan Moore. Congratulations. I've been reminded that before we enter our last group of lambs that we have today, our medium wool sheep, we have a couple of ladies over in the general store area that if you've just got some money in your pocket and it's a burning a hole in your pocket and you haven't made a contribution yet to the stock show, you can, and if you like the sheep show now, you can go over there and talk to the ladies there, and they'll take your funds and use it to apply to animals that are at lower placing in the sheep show. Exhibitors in our first class of medium wool sheep, Alexis Moore with a lamb weighing 108 pounds, Roan Moore with a lamb weighing 116 pounds, Huck Sky White exhibiting a lamb weighing 117 pounds, Holden Eckert with a lamb weighing 121 pounds, and Rodell Gomez Jr. with a lamb weighing 122 pounds.
Awesome class here, and young man there in the black vest, he's going to be our class winner. I think a sheep that's awfully good, especially coming out of the ring. That's the one that hit me the hardest. I think one that's built so right in terms of the way that one's put together. That one's easily the best touching one in this particular group. I like that one's body shape. I like that one's silhouette. I think an awfully nice sheep to win this particular group. 2 and 3, I went back and forth in my mind. Ultimately, land on the young man here in 2. I think a really smooth, balanced, proportional type of show you. I think one that's not as aggressive in terms of its touch when we compare it to our winner, but that one's still hard touching. We could freshen her up over her loin edge ever so slightly, but I think that's minor on a nice one there that lands in 2nd. Really hard touching one comes here in 3. That one's real aggressive right behind his shoulder. I think we could freshen him up over his loin edge. He wants to get a little more up and down in the way his shoulder's laid onto his body, wants to get a shot sharper in his hock and a bit more unsecure when we get him into motion. But I think that's minor on a really good touching one that lands here in 3. Sheep in 4, a hard touching trim one that has a nice image to it. We getting behind it in 3/4 shot. We need more sheep there. We need to open her up in her basic build. We need to see her bolder in terms of her body. Young lady does a good job of getting that one presented. And young man that rounds us out here with the U, another one that's awfully trim and hard touching. I like that one's look up through its front 1/3. Again, we just need more sheep there. We need to see that one rounder in terms of her body shape. Excuse me. We need more muscularity on the top side as well. Fun class. Again, my compliments to all those young exhibitors.
Hattie, we just finished up our Dorper class. This
Results
was
in the placing.
just one of the first medium wool classes of the day here, and we figured we'd go ahead and announce the champions and reserve champions for the Dorpers. The champion Dorper for today was Keegan Potter, and the reserve champion Dorper was Roan Moore. So congratulations to those kids. They did a fantastic job. And as we continue doing the Market Lambs, I figured we would go ahead and announce all of our sponsors for the awards. So the Grand Champion Market Lamb Buckle was donated by Fredonia Peanut Company. The Grand Champion Market Lamb Banner was donated by Jeff and Dorothy Grody. The Reserved Grand Champion Market Buckle was donated by Austin and Sierra Newman. And the Reserve Grand Champion Market Lamb Banner was donated by the Jennings family. So thank you for all the donations, and thank you for listening and watching the Mason County Livestock and Expo. I think we're still on.
Nice class here, and the one I keep going back to is young man down here on my far left. I think a sheep just coming out of the gate. That's the athletic one. That's the best one. We get him into motion. I think hands-on, that one's awfully progressive in terms of her width. Maybe not overwhelming in terms of just being super aggressive, but that one's still plenty fresh and good in terms of her muscle texture. I think a nice one to win this particular class. I thought the young man's that comes in second, that's the bold one that's got a ton of mass on the top side. He gets a little more unsecure in the way he uses his hind leg, wants to get a shot tighter there in terms of his spine. We can see him just a bit more stylish up front. He's got a little extra shoulder, maybe a little more compact in the way his neck's designed, but I think an awfully good power sheep in 2. Young lady's ewe that comes in 3 is really round-bodied. That one's got a ton of mass and really hard touching up high. We need to make that one more attractive up front. She wants to run downhill. We could see her just a bit more opened up in terms of her upper hip as well, and I think that one could work up in this particular group. And young man's that rounds us out here, I like that one's pattern from the side. A tall-fronted one that's really level. We just need more body in that guy. We need more muscularity from end to end. Great class. My compliments to those 4 young kiddos.
Placings in our second class medieval market lamb. 4th place is awarded to Latham Atchison. 3rd place exhibited by Darlene Various. 2nd place exhibited by Casey Autry, and class winner exhibited by Bronk Jennings. Exhibitors entering the ring with our 3rd class of medieval sheep, Dakota Martin with a lamb weighing 132 pounds. Layla Hatfield with a lamb weighing 132 pounds. Kane Autry with a lamb weighing 133 pounds. Randall Gomez Jr. has a lamb weighing 135 pounds. And Kane Autry also has a lamb weighing 136 pounds.
nice class.
Nice class. The one that wins, though, man, that one hit me awfully hard just coming out of the gate. I think one that's so correct and everywhere we want to look at him. I think that one's correct in terms of the way his feet hit the ground. I think that one's correct in the way he's put together. That one's correct in the way he touches on the top side of his skeleton. I think an awfully good one to win this particular class. Looking forward to seeing that one come back in the drive. I think the sheep in 2, man, that one's so good in terms of his body. That one's hard touching on the top side as well. We compare him to our winner, not as neat up front. We compare him to our winner, not as good in terms of his chest placement, not as good in terms of his touch as well. I think that's awfully minor on a very good sheep that comes in second. Sheep in 3, I like a lot of pieces about. I like that one when we prop him up in terms of his balance and his proportions. I think one that's so fresh in terms of his topside shape, in terms of his body and condition. I think one we could open up in terms of his pin set, though. I think one that could be just a notch more aggressive. Maybe we could see him better in terms of his chest placement. Again, minor critiques on a really nice one that lands here in 3. I think the sheep in 4 is really good right behind his shoulder, really square in terms of that one's touch. We could fix her over her loin edge. We could see her a bit better in terms of the way she comes out of her upper hip as well. Young man does a good job of getting that one presented. And I think the sheep that comes in 5, another trim one that's hard touching. I think one that gives us a nice image from the side. Again, when we get comparative, we just need more sheep there. We need that one to be a bit more opened up. We need her to have a bit more muscle up high. That was a fun class. Again, my compliments to all those young exhibitors.
Placings in our last class we judged of medium wool market lamb. 5th place goes to Rodel Gomez Jr. 4th place lamb was owned by King Autry. 3rd place lamb exhibited by Layla Hatfield. 2nd place red ribbon lamb exhibited and owned by Kane Autry. And 1st place blue ribbon winner exhibited by Dakota Martin. 3 lambs in our final class of medium wools. Sienna Smith with a lamb weighing 142 pounds. Case Autry with a lamb weighing 152 pounds. And Mason Hatfield with a lamb weighing 160 pounds.
A nice trio of them here, and the young man sheep that I go ahead and start with is the one I kept going back to. I think a sheep that from the outside, propped up from the side, I think that one runs uphill. I think that one gives us a nice image. I think a big-footed one that's round in terms of his cage. We could see him a bit fresher behind his shoulder, but that one's still plenty hard and plenty square in terms of his shape. I like that one over his loin edge as much as any as well. I think a nice one to win this particular group. Sheep that comes in twos, awfully bold in terms of her body. I think that one has a ton of mass on the top side. We could see her just a notch trimmer over her forerib. I wish that one's hind leg had a shot more bend to it. It gets a bit more up and down when we get them into motion, but I think a nice one there in two. Young lady's blue one that comes here in three is opened up and bold. I think that one's got a lot of mass behind its shoulder, just a bit plainer in terms of its texture. We can see that one a shot better over her loin edge. We can see that one a bit bigger in terms of his upper hip. He's a shot plainer in that regard as well. A fun trio of them. Again, my compliments to those three young kiddos.
Placings in our final class of medium wool sheep. Third place is awarded to C.N. Smith. Second place exhibited by Case Autry. And class winner exhibited by Mason Hatfield. Exhibitors coming into the ring now to show for champion and reserve champion medium wool. First class winner exhibited by Hooks Geiswhite. Second place in that class was Ron Moore. In the second class, first place animal exhibited by Bronk Jennings. Second place animal exhibited by Case Autry. In our third class, first place class winner exhibited by Dakota Martin, and the second place class animal, Kane Autry. In our last class, first place class winner exhibited by Mason Hatfield, the second place lamb exhibited by Case Autry. Your exhibitors back in the back of the barn that had your breed champions and reserve champions, be preparing them to bring them into the arena. And once we have picked our grand and reserve champion lamb, we will begin with our showmanship. And in our market lamb showmanship, we have three divisions. Our junior group is K through third grade, intermediate, fourth through eighth grade, and then 9th through 12th for our senior division.
I think we got an awfully good lineup of medium wools out here, and I'm not going to break down each and every one of them. For me, though, one of them wins awfully easy. It gets a bit closer when we talk about reserve. I'm going to go through them one more time, and I'll get you a champion in reserve. Again, as I do if we could, let's give it up for all the medium wool exhibitors.
Champion medium wool lamb exhibited by Dakota Martin. And your reserve champion medium wool lamb exhibited by Hooks Geiswag. Exhibitors entering the ring now to show for the grand and reserve grand of the 2024 Senior Livestock Show. Your champion Southbound, exhibited by Keegan Potter. Your champion Fine Wool, exhibited by Roddy Brooks. Your champion Fine Wool Cross, owned by Dakota Martin. Your champion Dorper, exhibited by Keegan Potter. And your champion Meaty Wool, exhibited by Dakota Martin. Your reserve champion Southdown exhibitor, Kimbria Brawls. Your reserve champion Fine Wool, owned by Roddy Brooks. And your reserve champion Fine Wool Cross is also owned by Roddy Brooks. Your reserve champion Dorper, exhibited by Roan Moore. And your reserve champion Medium Wool Lamb, exhibited by Hux Geiswhite.
I think we got an outstanding lineup of sheep out here, and back when I got the call, I knew the quality of sheep was going to be second to none. But then again, I knew the quality of kids were going to be outstanding as well. That's hats off to everybody ringside that has a part in it. I couldn't think of a better place to raise them than right here in the show barn. Again, it is a close call for me whenever we get out here, especially for reserve. My champion hit me awfully hard. I think my champion's a stud of an animal. Again, when we get to reserve, it gets a bit closer. I'll go out and show you the one I like the best. I'm going to go through them again one more time before we get a reserve. Again, as I do, if we could, let's make some noise for all the sheep exhibitors.
Grand Champion Lamb of the 2024 Stock Show, exhibited by Dakota Martin. And the Reserve Grand Champion Lamb, the Fine Wool, exhibited by Roddy Brooks. Exhibitors that we're getting ready to begin our showmanship. We will start with our juniors in our showmanship first in our Lamb group. That's K through third grade. Beginning our sheep showmanship class, we have a bunch of little young kids in here doing a great job. And today, as of yesterday, our sheep showmanship judge is Jenna Siegel-Mateer. We're going to give her a little bio here in just a few minutes. We'll go over that with her, but she's got a lot of youngsters to work with and handle their lambs, and we appreciate her coming and working with us both yesterday and today. While our showmanship judge is evaluating these junior showmen, the Pee Wee showmen, I'd like to tell you a little bit about her. Jenna is originally from Marion, Ohio. She was raised on an 80 South show pig operation. She and her family were nationally competitive through their operation, this La Grande Farms. Siegel attended Lincoln Land Community College and Iowa State University, where she was on both livestock judging teams, including being named national champion in swine and swine reasons at the 2021 National Collegiate Contest in Louisville. Jenna now resides in Mansfield, Illinois, and works for Compeer Financial as a swine credit officer. She and her husband, Chance, run seed stock Hereford cattle and plan to build a sow herd in the near future. Let's give a warm welcome to Jenna.
Well, I know with 14 of them in here, it can get a little tight, and we got to get everybody lined up just the right way. But man, awesome, awesome group of juniors out here. Give all 14 of them a huge, huge round of applause. Absolutely incredible job. I know, especially when you're younger, maybe your sheep are able to push you around. It's tough, but man, they're doing a killer good job. Went ahead and talked to those kiddos that are behind me here. Let them know those things that I saw that they did really well, and then some things that maybe we can improve on, and then we've got the top 6 out here in front of me. Man, you guys are absolute hammers, and I know that it's tough when the sheep have been showing all day, and you guys have been out here more than once, but you haven't quit one time, and I absolutely love that. So we'll go ahead and talk about everybody here, what I see, and man, I think any day any one of you guys could win it. Well, I asked the 2 young men here up front, you know, you must be brothers. You got the same shirt on, you got similar styles, and they both laughed and said, yeah, we kind of are. So I think they both do an awesome job and obviously have worked really hard, have really similar styles. And the young man up front, when I was watching the junior show, I noticed how good you were. You do an awesome job getting the most out of that ewe, and that's what good showmen do. They make their sheep look the part. And man, you get her set up nearly dead on every single time, push into her, get her looking the part, and then you're not lacking any intensity. Absolutely love that. Think you do a great job getting her circled with her halter, getting her head up, making her look right. You do an absolutely awesome job, buddy. Now, your brother who's second, man, you got that intensity down too. I absolutely love that. Every now and then, maybe we could work on squaring up those front legs, maybe work on getting those just perfect. Every time she pushes into you, she'll shift a little bit. Just make sure you do a once over here or there to make sure you get those right. But man, you guys both do an absolutely awesome job. Congratulations to both of you. A young lady here in third, man, you got a sheep that pushes you around a little bit and you don't let him. I absolutely love your drive, love your passion, love your intensity, and you have no quit attitude. Every now and then you'll get out of line a little bit, make sure you get squared back up, okay? But man, you do a great job getting that one stuck, and you don't quit either. You do a great job. My young lady here in front of me in fourth, man, you do such a good job being patient with that weather. He too pushes you around a little bit and you're patient. You get him set up, you get him propped up right. When he leans into you, every now and then, maybe he'll stop bracing, start bracing, stop bracing, start bracing. I noticed that when I came around a few times. Work hard to keep in front of him, get your posture a little bit better to be a little more consistent. But man, you do a really great job, girlfriend. My girl with the bow here, love your attitude, love your enthusiasm, think that's awesome. And you're leading the pack. That's a hard place to be all the way up front. Love your ability to get around. You're not afraid to get where you need to go and make that one look the part. Do a great job getting them set up. Do a great job staying in front and not losing your composure when you get caught in some bad spots. Be a little bit more intense. That's just my personal preference. But man, you do a really great job as well. And then buddy here in the back, you two have awesome composure, awesome attitude. Love how cool, calm, and collected you are. You do a great job using your body on that sheep. Maybe every now and then we aren't set up quite perfectly. Make sure you do a once over on those feet and legs every now and then. But your posture's really good. Your ability to get that one brace is really good. And you do a great job getting the most out of that ewe. Awesome job to all 6 of those kids. Again, I went ahead and talked through 7th to the 14th all the way there one-on-one. So great job to all those juniors. Give them one big round of applause.
Your first place junior lamb showmanship exhibitor, Cash Potter. Exhibitors entering the ring now is our intermediate group. This is our group from 4th grade through 8th grade.
That must be like an act of God. I don't know how I got lucky enough that all you guys were lined up exactly how I wanted you. But man, another absolutely awesome group. Again, went ahead and talked one-on-one to those kids behind me here about the things that I saw, things they could do a little bit better. And I know I discussed it yesterday, and I'll discuss it again today, regardless of species, regardless of how your partners act. And I just love really good, intense showmen, and the best showmen get the most out of their sheep. And that's where the young man up front just really excels. You've got that guy dialed in, no matter where I'm at, no matter where I'm moving to. You've got him rocking and rolling, pushing against you, looking the part, propped up. And man, you do such a good job. You move around him really well. Your posture's really, really good. And you just get him looking the part every time, buddy. You do such a great job. A young man that's directly behind you, you do an awesome job as well. I know your partner's starting to quit on you and get a little bit tired, but for the most part, you get him spot on with those feet and legs. And half the time, you really don't have to do much. You can push into him, pull his chest up, and get him right. I'd say of the two, the young man in front of you is a little more intense. Keep working hard on that. And don't be afraid when I'm moving to move a little bit quicker. You're really a little slower when it comes to that. And you've got that weather trained really well. He's not going anywhere. So just be sure to move around the sheep as I move around you. But you do a really great job. Young lady in third, the longer you're out here, the better you got. Man, you do an awesome job. Love the way you get him around the ring. Love your posture, the way you get him stuck, the way you get him braced. He wiggles on you a little bit and you don't always catch it right away. Don't be afraid to do it once over every now and then to make sure he's exactly how you want him, because man, you do a great job. That weather's trained really good. He just gets out of line every now and then. Maybe his feet aren't perfect, just the way I want him. But man, you do an awesome job. I love your style. Young lady in fourth, your intensity is awesome. I absolutely love that. The second you came into right now, you never quit. That's absolutely awesome. You are awesome at getting that you set up. You get her stuck, and she stays put for the most part, which we all know lambs can have terrible attitudes, and she seems to have a pretty good one for you. She seems like a great partner. A couple times when I come around, she maybe quits. She doesn't always push into you perfect, and then she's off balance just a little. Maybe she's not quite perfect in that regard. I'd also say that you aren't moving around her quite as much. So when I'm coming in front of you, make sure you prop her up. When I'm moving around opposite ends, make sure you move as well. But man, you do an awesome job. I love your intensity. I love your eye contact. Keep that up. And then my young lady here in fifth, man, you have been fighting this whole time. And again, you've gotten better the longer you've been out here. That Dorper is also maybe giving you a couple fits here or there. Maybe he isn't acting perfect. He's pushing against you. He's getting out of line. I think your partner's the biggest problem today. He's maybe not acting perfect, but when you get him settled down, you get him set up, you get him bracing, man, he looks good. Sometimes it just takes a little bit longer to get there. I think with a better partner, a little bit more speed and efficiency, you can win this group easy. You do an awesome job. Congratulations to this group of intermediates. Give all these kids one big round of applause. Congratulations to those top five.
2024 Intermediate Lamb Showmanship winner is Jagger Eckert.
smaller group of seniors out here, but definitely no shortage of talent and quality. All four of you are doing an absolutely awesome job, and the young man that's going to win does so really, really well. I mean, again, the best showmen get the most out of their sheep, get them looking the part, and he does that, and he does it quick. I really, really like the way you're able to get that guy stuck, but more importantly, your posture, your composure, your intensity, and just the way that you handle him and move around him is awesome. I know not many people talk about this, but I too was a tall showman one day, and it's not always easy to be a tall showman because you got to look, you have to look intense without looking too relaxed, and you got to be able to get into him and get him pushing, and you do it really, really well. I want you to know I recognize that. I was a tall showman. It's not always easy, and you make it look simple. You do an absolutely awesome job. Young lady that's second, again, you don't quit till he's right, and I love that. I like that you work at it. You're trying to get him set. You're trying to get him exactly how you want him. He maybe isn't being the best partner today. He's maybe dancing on you a little bit. Your intensity is awesome. Love the way you move around him. Again, maybe not quite as quick and efficient today because your partner's worn out and ready to go lay down, but you do an absolutely awesome job. Young lady that's in third, similar story. Your intensity's awesome. Love the way that you're getting around with them. And again, we just talked about how he's tall. Well, you got a shorter weather, so maybe you don't always look as natural, but you make it look easy. Your posture's awesome. You move around him really well. He too's maybe being a pain of a partner. He's dancing quite a bit. I'd also tell you, I really like the way you get into him, but every now and then he's dancing on you while you're bracing him, and maybe you don't fix it quick enough. Just keep working hard to get those legs just right and get him set, but you do a really great job. A young man that's fourth, love your composure, love how cool, calm, and collected you are, really like your attitude, like the way that you're leading that guy around. He maybe isn't pushing into you perfect, he maybe isn't always getting the right brace, the right set, the right look, but again, I think your partner's probably part of that problem. This is a two-man sport, but man, you do a great job, love your composure, keep working hard. Congratulations to all four of these seniors. Give those kids a big round of applause.
Your 2024 Senior Showmanship, Lamb Showmanship winner, Mason Hatfield. All right, in the ring now for our overall Lamb Showmanship for the 2024 show, our junior winner, Cash Potter, intermediate winner, Jagger Eckert, and the senior winner, Mason Hatfield.
Absolutely stellar group of young men. Give all three of them a huge, huge round of applause. They're doing a killer good job. And I mean, I was here yesterday, and I would say that this is probably, of the species thus far, this is the closest group of three as far as who is the top dog, who is the one that maybe wins today. And I think it's awfully close. All three of you just have awesome style, awesome posture. You do such a great job getting the most you can out of those sheep. And I think you do a killer, killer good job. If you maybe were second, third, fourth, fifth, 10th today, I mean, I would find one of these young men and ask them for some tips, ask them for some pointers, because, man, they just do an absolutely awesome job. Love everybody's intensity, love everybody's drive, love everybody's ability to get the most they can out of those sheep. There's one that I just think does it, and does it so well, so efficient, so quick, so good in terms of attitude, posture, the way they carry themselves, awesome intensity, and gets an absolute crap load out of that sheep. I mean, out of that last division will be your champion. Congratulations to him.
And your overall Sheep Showman Championship goes to Mason Hatfield. Okay, we're ready to start with our goat show. We'll have our first class of goats coming in just a moment.
Hi, I'm Michael Zavala, here with Backwoods Barbecue. Born and raised over in Mason, Texas, but we've moved over here to start this business. We had our kids participate in stock show. They started off with pigs, went into steers. The show in Mason as a whole, I think, is wonderful. It's a great experience for the kids. Teaches them a lot of basic skills, in my opinion, of learning to take care of things and, feed, water, every day. It's twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day, whatever is required. But I feel like it puts something that's missing in a lot of our.
And as we finish our sheep or lamb showmanship, I'd like to thank one of the people who are a big sponsor of all of the showmanship. Mr. McOwen, how are you today?
I'm doing fantastic, thank you.
Well, can you please tell us a little bit about yourself? What's your motivation for sponsoring these kids?
I've been in the supplement business for show animals for over 20 years now. And here in Mason County, it's a really competitive county. Some would say hyper-competitive, and they're probably right. And I thought it was important that we have the ability to do a showmanship contest to where it's not just who has the best animal, but maybe who does the best job with their animals. So it opens some opportunities for some of the other kids, some of the other families. And frankly, from my perspective, the stewardship of the animals is the best thing that the kids can get out of the junior livestock projects. And I wanted to make sure that we were able to have a contest to reward their efforts as well.
Well, that's excellent. Can you tell us about Stock Show Secrets a little bit and kind of what y'all are about, what y'all provide for the students here?
Sure. We are, as I said, for Show Animals Supplement Company, coast to coast national distribution, where we kind of specialize, didn't intend to, but we kind of ended up there, would be products used the week leading up to a show. We have products to help with muscle expression. We have products to make them not stress. So everything that they need to do in the show ring, they're better suited to do that. But we also have a full line of other products too to use throughout the entire feeding cycle. I've only been at this 20 years, so I have a little practical knowledge in the business side of it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for sponsoring our showmanship and your many years of support here. We really appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Outstanding class to get the goat show started with. And young ladies, Cape Shouldered one, that's the one that hit me the hardest coming out of the gate. I think that one's easily the freshest in terms of his condition. I like that one's body shape. I like her on the top side as well. She's so smooth and progresses back wide over her loin edge. I think that's the best one in terms of her touch and tone, and that one's awfully balanced from the side. We got a shapely one coming here in 2, the young lady's black-headed one. I think that one's awfully square in terms of her shape behind her shoulder and over her loin edge. I think one that gives us a nice image when she gets propped up. For me, though, just a bit flatter there in terms of his body shape. I think we could open that gal up from end to end to compete with our winner. But man, nice one there in 2. 3 and 4, a bit of a closer call, and I went back and forth. Ultimately land on the young man's there in 3. His is a bit fresher over his loin edge. I think that one's just a shot more shapely behind his shoulder. We could fix that one in terms of his pasture and wants to get a little longer in that regard. Wish we could tighten his hide up ever so slightly. Young man's in 4. That's a tall fronted one. That one's trim over his forerib. We need to see more muscularity up high. We need to see that one just a bit more opened up from behind as well. But a nice one there. And then a good patterned one rounds us out here that's awful thin in terms of his hide. I think one, though, that for me, we just need more goat. We need to make that one a bit more muscular. We need to see that one just a bit wider. Great class. Again, my compliments to all those young exhibitors.
Placings in our first class, 5th place goes to Finley Epler, 4th place awarded to Hunter Price, 3rd place exhibited by Jackson Price, 2nd place goat exhibited by Ava McCrae, and class winner exhibited by Kinsley McGee. Exhibited in this class goats, exhibitors in this class, we have 4 goats in this class: Livy Hudson, Emma McCrae, Emerson Contrusi, and Braxton Alamachek.
Nice class here, and I think we got a real competitive pair of them up top. And I did go back and forth in my mind. Ultimately, land on the young ladies' weather here to win. I think one that we start at the ground. That one is just so opened up in terms of his basic build. I like that guy's shape and turn to his cage and how fresh he is on the top side. And then we prop him up, and that's the balanced one that still has some eye appeal to him up front. I think a nice goat to win this particular group. Young lady's doe that comes in two, man, that one handles so good up high. She's got a ditch running down her back. She's hard touching. She's still fresh in that regard as well. We could fix her in terms of the way her hip and hind leg is put together. A shot shorter and steeper out of her hip, a bit more up and down in terms of the angle she has off of her hind leg. We could see her just a bit more robust in terms of her body cage. A nice one there in second. 3 and 4, I went back and forth. I think a closer call. Ultimately, young ladies that lands here in 3. I think a nicer patterned one that gives us a better image from the side. I think that one's just a bit neater up front. I think that one's just a bit more ideal out of its hip and hind leg. And 2, I like that one's width progression. Getting picky on that one. We could open that one up a shot. We can give that one just a bit more on the top side to work up in this particular group. Young lady in 4 has got a really bold, productive bodied one that's stout in terms of her foot size. We just need to see that one a bit more attractive up front, a little deeper in terms of that one's chest. We can see that one run uphill and be a bit taller fronted. We can see that one with just a bit more ideal hind leg placement. Wants to get a little sharper there in terms of that hawk. Awesome class. Again, my compliments to those 4 young kiddos.
Placings in our second class of market goats. 4th place was exhibited by Emerson Contrusi. 3rd place, exhibited by Emma McCrae. 2nd place, Livy Hudson. 1st place, Braxton Helmcheck. Exhibitors in our second class of market goats, Cass Dutton, Hank Hudson, Kira McCrae, Blakely Estes, and Braxton Hallamsek.
I apologize for taking a little extra time. I just wanted to make sure I got these top three right in my mind, and I kept going back to the young man there in blue. I think a goat that when we get that one in motion, she's so good on her feet and legs. I think when we get right up on top of him and behind him, she's got more than enough power. I think that one touches awfully good on the top side, and when she takes to the young man like a show goat should, she looks the part from the side. I think we got a nice one to win this particular group. Young lady's predominantly red one that comes in two. Man, that one's stout and thick and burly and has so much muscle on the top side. We could see that one just a bit better up through his front 1/3. He's got a little extra shoulder to him. I wish that one's hind leg was had a bit more set. He's a bit more up and down in that regard. But a bold-bodied, powerful, thick one that's so stout comes in second. Young ladies, that comes here in three, man, it's one that's so good in terms of that one's image. I think a really good-looking one that's shapely touching. We just need to see that one rounder and bolder in terms of that one's body cage. We need more mass on the top side of that one to work up in this particular group. Goat that comes here in four, really bold and productive in terms of that one's body cage. I think that one's massive up high. We need more aggressive, real shape on the top side. And then two, behind them, we could open her up ever so slightly. Then the young lady's wether that rounds us out here. A tall-fronted, extended one that's really neat patterned. A trim one as well. We just need more goat there. We need that one to be a bit more muscular to work up in this particular group. That was another fun class. Again, my compliments to all those young kiddos.
Placings in our third class of market goats. Fifth place goes to Blakely Estes. Fourth place awarded to Kara McCrae. Third place exhibited by Cash Dutton. Second place exhibited by Braxton Halmachek. And first place, class winner, exhibited by Hank Hudson. Exhibitors in our fourth class market goats in this Division 1, Brindley Halmachek, Keegan Potter, Mason Perkins, and Sawyer Shaw.
Really, really good pair. And I went back and forth in my mind, but ultimately keep landing on the young lady there on my far right. I think that's a goat that's so good when we get him into motion. That's the one that's correct on his feet and legs. I really like that guy's body shape. I love him on the top side in terms of his touch and tone and texture and how consistent he is. And then two, we prop him up. And maybe he's not as neat in terms of being tall fronted, but man, everything is so good and so proportional in terms of his show goat proportions. I think an awfully good one to win this particular class. And that's taking nothing away from the young lady in two, because that one hit me hard coming out of the gate. I like that one's height to shoulder. That one's neat in terms of his chest placement. That one's hard touching as well. When we compare him to our winner, not as big right behind his shoulder, not as good over his loin edge, and at times we could see his hind leg just be a shot better on a comparative note. But I think a very, very good one there in two. Young man's that comes in three, I like that one up front. A good looking one that gives us a good image and silhouette. Again, comparatively, we need to see that one just a bit more muscular up high and from behind to work up in this particular class. Then the young lady that rounds us out here, a thin-hided one that's trim and hard touching. Again, we need more muscle up high to work up in this group. That was another good class. Again, my compliments to those four young exhibitors.
Placings in our fourth class of market goats. Fourth place exhibited by Sawyer Shaw. Third place exhibited by Mason Perkins. Second place by Keegan Potter. Class winner exhibited by Brindley Halamachek. Exhibitors will now bring in their first and second place goats from the four classes to show for the champion for Division I and reserve champion. Exhibitor winner of Class 1, Finley McGee. Second place was exhibited by Ava McCrae. Class 2. Class winner was Braxton Halamachek. Second place was awarded to Livy Hudson. Class winner in Class 3 was Braxton Halamachek. And the second place, the winner was Hank Hudson, and the second place goat was awarded to Braxton Halamachek. And in your fourth class, the winner was Brindley Halamachek, and your second place goat was exhibited by Keegan Potter.
I think we got an awfully good division to start the goat show with, and I'm not going to go down and break through each and every one of them. I do think it's a close call, though. Two of them hit me just a bit harder. I'm not going to go on and ramble on to the point. My two favorites come from the last class. They'll be my champion in reserve.
The champion in Division 1 is awarded to Brindley Halamachek and reserve champion to Keegan Potter. All right, exhibitors in our next class in our Division 2, Caden Klingelheffer, Parker Tinney, Lexi Mock, and Brindley Halamashak. You go to exhibitors, don't forget, and lamb exhibitors too from this earlier show. You need to come fill out a sales slip and turn it in up here if you're going to sell an animal in the sale. If you don't, you wind up being at the end of the sale. If you had to place an animal, it will sell at the end of the sale.
Another nice class and a great way to start Division 2 here. Young ladies goat that wins this class, man, just kind of overwhelms the rest in terms of just natural thickness and rib and handle quality on the top side. Now I'll get a bit critical and say I'd like to see him go just a bit better off his front end, but I think when we get him propped up and two, we get our hands on him, that's where he wins this particular class. I think a nice one here. Goatin 2, I like that one as much as any when we set him up from the side. A tall fronted one that runs uphill. I think one that's trim and hard touching. We compare him to our winner though, and not near as robust in terms of his body cage. That one's not near as fresh in terms of top side muscle texture, but man, a nice one there that still lands in second. Goatin 3 hit me hard coming out of the gate. A stout one that's proportional and flexible when we get him into motion. I think hands-on, I get a bit more critical. He is hard touching, but I wish he was fresher, especially over his loin edge. We could see him with just a shot more mass right there behind his shoulder as well. Then the young lady that rounds us out here, a good proportioned one that has a nice silhouette. I like that one when we get him into motion. Again, though, we need more goat there to work up in this particular class. We just need him to be a bit more muscular. What a great class. Again, my compliments to those 4 young kiddos.
Placings in our first class of Division 2. 4th place exhibited by Lexi Mock. 3rd place exhibited by Parker Tinney. Caden Klingelhever exhibiting the red ribbon goat, and Brindley Halamachek exhibiting the blue ribbon goat. Exhibitors in Class 2 of Division 2, Jackson Contuzzi, Finley Epler, Carolyn Heck, Brooke Clock, and Caden Klingelheffer.
Another nice class here, and I think we got a trio of them. The one that I keep going back to is that's the young man's. I think one that really sells himself when we prop him up from the side. I like that guy's image and silhouette. I think hands-on, that's a hard touching one. We could freshen him up ever so slightly, but I think that's minor on a nice one to win this particular class. Goat that comes in two, I like that one a lot coming out of the gate. One that hit me awfully hard in terms of being good in his skeleton. I think one that has the right kind of proportions to him. I think hands-on, though, we need to freshen him up ever so slightly. We need more shape up high to compete with our winner, but I think an awfully good one that has a bright future there in two. I think the goat in three, another one I liked in terms of its body cage. I think one that two is good in motion. Hands-on, we need to see that one better behind his shoulder and over his loin edge to work up in this particular group, but a nice one there in three. Young man's in four is really bold in terms of his body. I think a goat that has some mass up high, we need to make that one a bit more aggressive in terms of its shape. We need to see that one more appropriate in its hind leg posture, a bit more up and down in that regard. And then the goat that rounds us out here, a trim patterned, hard touching one that has a nice silhouette. Again, we need more muscle. We need to open that guy up from end to end. That was a fun class. Again, my compliments to all those young kiddos.
Placings in our second classes. Division 2, 5th place exhibited by Finley Epler. 4th place, Jackson Contrusi. 3rd place exhibited by Caroline Hirsch. 2nd place, Brooke Clock. And 1st place exhibitor, Caden Klingelheffer. Exhibitors in our third class, Bodie Halamashak, Sawyer Shaw, Lexi Malk, and Brooke Clark.
Another nice class here in the second division. And young man, that goat he brings out, that one hit me like a sore thumb out here in this particular group. That one's easily the best in terms of its body. That one's easily the best in terms of its touch and tone. And I think that one props up the best from the side. Now, I could get a bit critical and say he's a little weak and soft there in terms of his pasturing, and I'd strengthen him up there if I could. But I think that's a minor critique on an awfully good one in this particular class. 2 and 3, I went back and forth, but ultimately handle quality splits the pair, and that's why I land on the young lady in 2. That one touches just a bit firmer right behind its shoulder. I think that one's just a shot trimmer over its forerib and has more shape up high as well. When we compare him to our winner, just not as stout, not as opened up, and that's why it lands there in second. Goat that comes in 3 hit me hard coming out of the gate. I thought one that was proportional and balanced. I thought that guy was stout in terms of his feature as well. Hands on, though, we need that one to be more aggressive and have more real meat animal shape up high to work up in this particular group. We can see that one just a bit rounder there in terms of his forerib as well. And then the young lady that rounds us out here, another one that I like in terms of its silhouette and how that one's put together. I think hands on, though, especially over that guy's loin edge, we need to make him fresher. We can pick him up in terms of his chest as well. And I think that would elevate him in this particular group. That was a fun class. Again, my compliments to those 4 young kiddos.
Placings in this class of market goats: 4th place exhibited by Lexi Mock, 3rd place animal exhibited by Brooke Clark, 2nd place Sawyer Shaw, and class winner Bodie Halamashak. Exhibitors in this last class in Division 2, Quattro Beatty, Sadie Smith, Camille Schmidt, and Mason Perkins.
Another really good class here in the second division, and young man's goat that wins this particular class, the red need one, man. That one hit me hard just coming out of the gate in terms of being correct in the way that one's put together. I think that one's silhouette's awfully good. I think hands on, that one's trim and hard touching. We can make him a bit more aggressive behind his shoulder, but I think that's minor on a nice one in this particular group. Goat that comes in two kind of worked up for me because from the outside, you might call him just a shot plainer. Hands on, he's fresh he's fresh in terms of her texture. I think that one's balanced and proportional in the way that one's put together, and that one's awfully mobile and sound when we get him in motion. I thought a nice doe to land here in two. Young ladies, whether that comes in three is really powerful. I think one that has a big mid back in that one, but for me, we need to make that one better over his loin edge. We could see him a shot more aggressive behind his shoulder. I'd like to thin him up in terms of his hide. He's a bit thicker in that regard. I thought a nice one though there in three. And then the young man in four, a trim one that's hard touching. Again, maybe just a bit rawer over his edges. We could see that one with just a bit more fresh shape behind his shoulder as well. Fun class, again, my compliments to those four young kiddos.
Placings in the final class in Division II. Fourth place exhibited by Mason Perkins. Third place gold exhibited by Camille Schmidt. Sadie Smith exhibiting the second place market goat, and first place class winner exhibited by Quattro Beatty. Exhibitors now entering the ring for the champion in reserve of the Division II. In the first class winner was Brindley Halamachek. Second place exhibited by Caden Klingelheffer. In our second class winner was Caden Klingelheffer, and second place exhibited by Brooke Clark. In our third class, the class winner was Bodie Halamachek, and the second place goat was exhibited by Sawyer Shaw. In our final class winner was exhibited by Quattro Beatty, and the second place goat in that class was exhibited by Sadie Smith.
I think we got a nice lineup of them out here, and I'm not going to go down and break through each and every one of them. For me, it is a really close call, probably one of the closest ones we've had all day, just in terms of there's 4 quality ones that, for me, I think won their classes respectively and come out here in the drive, and it makes it a tough decision for me. 2 of them hit me just a bit harder, and I'll go out and show you the 2 I like the most. Again, as I do if we could one time, let's give it up for all the second division.
Second division winner, Quattro Beatty. Reserve champion in this class is awarded to Bodie Halamachek. First class of market goats in our Division 3 exhibitors are Wyatt Rowe, McCall Tinney, Jackson Price, and Colson Contrusi.
Another nice class and a nice way to start this third division. Young lady that wins this particular class for me, man, I think one that's opened up and it's got the right kind of pieces to it. I think hands-on, that one's hard touching. I think, two, that one gives us a nice image when we prop it up from the side. I thought a nice one to win this particular class. Young man's in second. That's the power one. That one's got so much muscle on the top side of that guy's skeleton. For me, I get a bit more critical. He wants to get a little rounder off either end of his skeleton. We can make him just a bit more attractive. I think that one works up in this particular class. Goat in 3, young man does a great job of getting this one done. I think that guy's got a big old loin laid in him. I think that one's really bold in terms of his body. I think for me, though, we need to make him more aggressive behind his shoulder. We could see him just a bit more opened up from behind, and then that one runs up in a hurry. And then the young man in 4, man, that one has such a good image when we prop that one up from the side. It's just getting in behind him, and I just wish there was more to him. Wish he was just a bit more opened up to work up in this particular group. That was a fun class. Again, my compliments to those 4 young kiddos.
Placings in our first class in Division 3, fourth place exhibited by Jackson Price, third place goat exhibited by Colson Contruti, second place red ribbon winner exhibited by Wyatt Rowe, and class winner exhibited by McCall Tenney. Exhibitors in our second class in Division 3, Mason Hatfield with a goat weighing 95 pounds. Mason also has another goat in this class that weighs 96 pounds. Carlton Schmidt with a goat weighing 97 pounds, and Hunter Price with another goat weighing also 97 pounds.
I think one of the deeper classes of the day, and I think we got a pair of really, really good goats up top. Young man's goat that wins, man, that one hits me hard just coming out of the gate. I think one that's so correct in terms of the way he's opened up at the ground and the way his body cage lays onto his body and the way his muscle texture is on the top side. And then too, we prop him up from the side and he's neat and he's good in terms of his silhouette and symmetry. I think an awfully good one to win this particular group. And that's taking nothing away from the 1 and 2, because coming out of the gate, that one also hit me pretty dang hard in terms of being opened up and covering the fundamentals of just being muscular and stout and opened up, and then 2, being balanced. We get comparative, though, not as neat as our winner in terms of his image, not as crisp in terms of his topside shape. Awfully minor on 2 dang nice ones in this particular group. Young man's in 3, definitely not a slouch, because I like that one's handle quality. Really big and hard on the top side. We need to make him more attractive when we get comparative to the 2 ahead of him. We could just shave a nickel shoulder off. We could see him just a bit more ideal out of his hip angle, but a nice one there in 3. And then the young man in 4, a really good moving one that gives us a nice image from the side, a proportional one. Hands-on, though, we just need more muscle on the top side. We need to see that guy more opened up from behind to work up in this group. Another fun class. Again, my compliments to all 4 of those young kiddos.
Placings in our class of market goats, second class in our Division 3. Fourth place exhibited by Hunter Price. Third place exhibited by Carlton Schmidt. Mason Hatfield was the owner exhibitor of the first and second place goats in this class. Okay, in our third class in Division 3, we have 4 exhibitors: Hudson Contrusi, Presley Estes, Adam Hirsch, and Walker Ince.
another really nice class, and I think we have a pair of them up top that are completely different. That's what made it a little more difficult in my mind. The one I keep going back to is the young ladies, and I just like that one in terms of when we prop him up from the side. That's the one I was after in terms of his silhouette. I think that one's put together the best in terms of his design, and then hands-on, he's got more than enough muscle and good enough in his texture for my taste, and that's why I ultimately land on him to win. Young Man's that comes in two, that's the power one. That one's got a big old back laid in him. Awfully muscular. I think for me, though, he gets a bit rounder off either end of his skeleton. We could stouten him up in his true foot size, and I think that would aid to his balance. Again, if we could just smooth his shoulder up and make his hip angle just a shot better, I think that pair gets even closer. Real power goat there in two. Goat that comes in three is awfully bold body and has a ton of mass on the top side. Again, we need to make him more aggressive. We could trim him up over his forerib and then two, tighten him up there in terms of his hide. But a nice one there in three. And then the young man in four, a really good structured one. I like the way that one's put together. We just need more muscle today. We need to open him up from end to end. We need more muscle shape on the top side as well. Another fun class. Again, my compliments to those four young kiddos.
Thank you, Judge Anderson, for those comments. Placings in our third class in Division 3. Fourth place is awarded to Hudson Contrusi. Third place exhibited by Presley Estes. Second place exhibited by Walker Ince, and class winner exhibited by Addison Hirsch. Exhibitors in our final class of market goats for the 2024 show: Parker Tinney, Heidi Smith, Kinsley McGee, and Mason Hatfield. Announcement we've been asked to make, you high schoolers and old timers, if you wish to enter the fastest torch contest, it will be held right outside the show building here by the barbecue pits. You need to contact Garrett Allen or Jeremy Schisler, and the contest will begin 30 minutes after the goat showmanship contest ends.
Another nice class to round out the division. And young man there in blue, man, that one hit me hard. Coming out of the gate, I think one that's just overwhelms its competition in terms of being the most opened up, in terms of being the best in terms of his body and having the most muscle on the top side. And we prop him up from the side. No, I wouldn't say he's as cool as the other side of the pillow, but I still think that one fits together really good. I think that one's show-gut proportions are awfully good. I think a nice one to win this particular class. Young lady's doe that comes in 2 is super bold in terms of that one's body. I think that one's got the right kind of mass on the top side. Again, when we get comparative, it just kind of gets overwhelmed in this particular group in terms of body shape and muscularity on the top side, and that's why she lands there in 2, but I think a nice one in 2nd. Young ladies in 3, I like your goat a lot up front. Really extended and tall fronted and neat in terms of its chest placement. Hands on those where I get a bit more critical. I needed to see more fresh shape right behind its shoulder. I wish he was a shot fresher over his loin edge, but I think an awfully good one in 3. And then the young lady in 4, another one I like for that one's look and design from the side. I think one that's really good when we get him into motion. Again, we get him behind the weathers, and I just needed to see more goat. Needed to see that one a bit more opened up and powerful to work up in this particular group. Another fun class. Again, my compliments to those 4 young kiddos.
Placings in our final class of market goats. 4th place exhibited by Kinsley McGee. 3rd place, goat exhibited by Heidi Smith. 2nd place, red ribbon winning goat exhibited by Parker Tenney. And class winner exhibited by Mason Hatfield. Exhibitors fixing to come into the ring to show for champion and reserve champion in Division 3. Class 1 winner exhibited by McCall Tenney. 2nd place goat exhibited by Wyatt Rowe. In the 2nd class, class winner and the 2nd place winner were both owned by Mason Hatfield. In the 3rd class, class winner was exhibited by Addison Hirsch, and 2nd place in that class was exhibited by Walker Ince. And in our final class, class winner exhibited by Mason Hatfield, 2nd place exhibited by Parker Tenney. Again, I know I've done it several times, but I'd recognize a couple of people and a group we need to recognize before we leave today. We need to offer our thanks to our county extension agent, Sam Spradlin, and our agriculture science teacher, Jeremy Schisler and Casey Vestal, and all the members of the Mason County Junior Livestock Board. I think they've put on a great show this year. Let's give them a hand.
I think we got an awfully good division to round out the goat show, and I'm not going to go back through and break each and every one of them down. It does come down between a handful of them. Two of them hit me just a bit harder coming out of the gate in their respective classes. Young man and young lady from the second class are going to be my champion in reserve.
And your champion in reserve in this Division 3 both belong to Mason Hatfield. Congratulations. And don't forget, like I told you earlier, if you've got any money in your pocket you want to spend, our ladies are back there taking the add-on monies. If you want to add on to the goat show, they'll be glad to take cash, check, money order, coins, or whatever you have in your pocket. And I've also been informed we can even send you a bill if you want to spend a little bit of money too. So we don't mind at all, as long as we get your name and address. I know we're going to finish our division here without, and go into our showmanship here in a moment after we pick the grand champion and reserve champion goat. But before we do that, the individual that's worked with us today with our sheep and goats, our judge, Cameron Anderson, let's give him a hand. We appreciate him coming to work with our young people. Exhibitors coming in the ring now with the division winners. The winner of champion Division 1, Brindley Halamachek, and the reserve champion shown by Keegan Potter. In Division 2, the champion winner was Quattro Beatty, and the reserve champion was Bodie Halamachek. And in Division 3, the champion and reserve exhibited by Mason Hatfield.
First off, I'd like to thank y'all for having me out. I thoroughly enjoyed working through the exhibitors and their animals. It has been awesome. Again, back when I got the call, I knew the quality was going to be extremely well, and this one surpassed all my expectations. Not just with the quality of animals, but also the quality of kids. And again, that's hats off to everybody ringside that has a part of it. One heck of a job. I think these kiddos are outstanding. Not one has been rude. All of them have been yes sir, no sir, thank you, and that goes a long, long way. For me, it is a close call, and I'll leave one thing with the kids, whether they're in here in the ring right now or ringside or even in the back. Thank the person that brought you here, whether that be mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, your county agent, your ag teacher, or even just a friend. A big thank you and a hug goes a long way. They do such a thankless job, and you're getting to do what you love out here, and without them, man, it'd be awfully, awfully hard. So a big hug around their neck's going to go a long way. Back to the goats. It's been fun. 2 of them hit me awfully hard, and I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'll go show you my 2 favorites. Again, as I do one more time, if we could, let's make some noise for all the market goat exhibitors.
The grand champion goat of the 2024 Junior Livestock Show, exhibited by Mason Hatfield. And the reserve grand champion goat is also owned by Mason Hatfield, but he probably wouldn't be there without his lovely sister helping him out. So give her a hand too. Thank you, Mason.
All right, guys, so we just wrapped up our market goat show, and I want to give you some quick results on this show. So when we went with our lightweight guys, our first place Division I champion winner was Brinley Hamachek, followed by reserve champion Keegan Potter. When we go to our middleweights, we followed up with Quattro Beatty, follow with reserve as Bodie Halmachek. We appreciate these guys showing up. And then when we went to our heavies, we finished up with Mason Hatfield, grand champion, and reserve grand champion in the heavyweights. After this grand drive you saw, we ended up with Mason Hatfield as grand champion and reserve champion overall for the market goats. We appreciate you guys watching in with us. We also appreciate our sponsors. So for these buckles, for our goat buckles, we were blessed to have Joe David Yates and Associates for our market goat buckle, grand champion. The banner was donated by 9 Bar Land and Cattle and Campbell Ranch, Helen and Tim Dockel. Our reserve grand champion market buckle was 34 Garage. Thank you guys. And our reserve grand champion market goat banner was Mason County SWCD number 223. We appreciate you guys. Let's see. We also want to thank Stock Show Secrets for being our showmanship sponsor. Again, for all these kids in every division, we had Stock Show Secrets for this showmanship. That's what's coming up next. We enjoy watching these kids get out here and get to shine and what they feel. Take the animals out, besides some tired animals out there work hard with, and they get to come show what they've been working with all year and how hard they've worked. Coming up on what's next, we're going to finish up with the goats, and we're going to get out of here, guys, after showmanship. But tomorrow we want everyone to be here for 9 o'clock a.m. for the Ag Mechanics Show. And after that, we're going to go to the buyer's reception at 4 o'clock in the general store. This is where you can come and show these kids what they're made of and buy some of their projects here on the tables. And then tomorrow night, 6 o'clock, we'll start with the premium sale. Hope to see everybody here. And again, guys, thank you for tuning in. Come show up tomorrow and come see all these kiddos. Thank you.
Fine. and swine regions in the 2021 National Collegiate Contest in Louisville. Jenna now resides in Mansfield, Illinois, and works at Compeer Financial as a swine credit officer. She and her husband Chance run seed stock, Herbert cattle, and plan to build a sow herd in the near future. Let's welcome Jenna to our showmanship show, please.
Well, a really great group of junior exhibitors out here. And again, just like before, went ahead and talked to some of the kiddos behind me here that have already been placed. But man, you guys are doing an awesome, awesome job. The young lady that's gonna win does such a great job getting that goat stuck and getting her stuck every time. She does an awesome job propping her up, getting her set up just right, and then giving me the eyes. I love her intensity, love her strength, love her ability to get that guy stuck. And again, never once forgot where I was at and has really great eye contact. Loves her intensity. She does a great job. A young man that's in second, you were up in front of the line, and that's a tough place to be sometimes. Maybe that doe wasn't quite cooperating just perfectly with you being up front, but you did a great job getting her under control. You maybe weren't quite as quick and efficient getting her set up as the young lady that was ahead of you, but still, you did an awesome job getting her stuck, getting her braced, getting her propped up. Maybe not as quick as the young lady. Maybe your partner was fighting you a little bit, but man, you do an awesome job as well. Congratulations to those two. A young lady that's in third, really love your attitude. Your posture's great. You're getting him braced. You're doing an awesome job on the handle. Every now and then, maybe those feet and legs aren't perfect. Keep working hard and keeping those square up front, keeping them under him. Let him see you just a little bit more intense, okay? Love your attitude and excitement. Just get that intensity going, get your game face on, but you do an awesome job. And then my young lady here in fourth, man, you got a big old weather there. He's pushing you around, and you're doing an awesome job controlling him, getting him where he needs to be, and getting him set up. Maybe we're taking a little bit more time to get him set up because he's a little stronger than you are. Maybe he's in control some of the time. Keep working hard on you being the boss, you being in control. You do a great job as well. Congratulations to all those junior kids. Give them a big round of applause.
And the winner in your junior division, Levy Hudson. been asked to announce that over in the concession stand, they still have a bunch of the brisket potatoes and brisket sandwiches, meals. If you want to pick them home and pick them up and take them home for supper, they'd be glad to sell them to you. But don't everybody rush over there now. Let's finish the goat show. While our judge is judging the showmanship here in our junior division, let's not forget that some people we need to thank here pretty strongly would be our Steve McCowan and our Stock Show Secrets, because Steve has been behind giving all the showmanship awards in each animal livestock division. So Steve and his company and his wife have donated all these awards, so let's give them a hand. We appreciate them very much.
Excellent, excellent group of intermediates out here. And the young lady that starts just does so well. Absolutely love your intensity, love your drive, love the posture you've got and the way you get that weather stuck. You're so efficient, so quick, have an awesome style. You do an absolutely awesome job. Young lady that's second, you're so similar to our class winner. I love your intensity. Your eye contact is awesome. You do a great job of getting that doe propped up when you're leading her around. Every now and then she beats you up a little bit. She maybe wants to bully you and push you around. But man, you do such a good job. Maybe every now and then we get out of line a little bit compared to the young lady that beat you, but you do a really, really great job as well. The young lady in the blue that's third, the longer you're out here, the better you got. I love your intensity, love how quick you are with that weather. You get him set up almost on a dime, super fast when we had to pull up or take laps. But I will say, he'll relax every now and then. He'll quit pushing on you. Maybe he isn't propped up quite as well. And if his foot gets out every now and then, or maybe he's not set up quite perfect, you don't fix it quite quick. Just try to do a once over every now and then. Make sure he's still set up the way you want him. But you're so intense. Have a great style. Have great posture. You do a really great job propping him up when you lead him. Just some of those little things that make a big difference today. But you do an awesome, awesome job. My young men in fourth and fifth, I think you might be brothers. Yeah, but you have very similar styles, which makes sense because I can very clearly tell you're related. You guys are very similar. Love your composure. Love how calm, cool, and collected you are. Young man that's going to be fourth. Of the pair of you, which I think is close, you were more consistent getting that guy to push. You were more consistent getting that guy to lean into you and brace. Every now and then I know he's dancing on you, he's jumping, he's maybe quitting a little bit, but you do a great job. Maybe your partner's not just the best partner today. And the young man that's in fifth, again, you also have a great composure. And again, I said it earlier with some sheep. It's tough when you're tall to show little ruminants. I recognize that. I know that. And you both do a really great job. Again, your partner maybe's quitting on you a little bit. Try to get those feet a little quicker. I know you're trying to pull them up and get them set. Take the time to get him right. Because, man, once you do a really great job. Again, maybe your partner's just not the perfect one today. Congratulations to all 5 of these intermediates. Again, talk to those behind me. Absolutely awesome group of kids. Give them a big round of applause.
And the winner of the intermediate goat showmanship, Keegan Potter. Been asked to announce again that the brisket sandwiches are half price now. So if you're really getting hungry, that's about as low as they're going to go. Also been asked to announce by Mr. Worrell, if you buy one at the regular price, you'll get one for free. You can tell it's getting late in the day. I've also been asked to announce that some of you exhibitors with a little bit of muscle and some of you parents, please hang around. If you would, please hang around after finishing the show here, because they've got to take everything down, take it up, so they can get ready for the sale and everything tomorrow. So that's my last announcement I'll give you about tearing things up.
There we go. Certainly a really great group of seniors to round off here. And again, really impressed with your guys' skill and your ability to work with your partners, because I know you've already shown them they're tired, they're worn out, and that makes a difference. That matters in showmanship. So certainly appreciate everybody and the effort that you're giving. A young lady that's going to win, you just have such a great style. I like how composed you are. Love the way that you're able to get him stuck. Your posture's really, really good, but you're still intense. You do a really great job getting him propped up on the first try, and then you just let him stand. You really don't pick at him too much, but you know if he's not right. You fix him and you get back to it. You do a really great job. Certainly an awesome showman to get started. A young man that's second. I've said it before and I'm going to say it again, because I was a tall showman and you're a tall showman. It's not easy. It's really hard, and you're doing an absolutely awesome job. Love that you're able to get him stuck and you're doing once-overs on him. You're not quitting. You're keep going till he's right. I would say every now and then you don't get his legs quite perfect. You maybe have him a little off center up front, and it's more of a stagger than maybe what I'd want to see. You're not quite as quick to the trigger as the young lady ahead of you when it comes to getting those feet just perfect. But man, your intensity is great, your composure is great, your posture's really good, and you just have a really great style as well. At the end of the day, that small thing as far as speed and efficiency goes is what puts you second, but you do a really great job. A young lady that's third, you are so intense and you are wanting so bad to get that doe stuck every time, and I know sometimes you got to start over with her, you're circling her, and you're not quitting. I absolutely love that. At the end of the day, she's just being a little bit of a pill, and she's maybe not doing exactly what you want right now. And I know that's hard to hear because it's situational, but man, your intensity's great, your effort's great. Really like the way you lead her and you prop her up. Again, maybe today she's not being a great partner, but you do an awesome job. A young man that's in fourth, you're at the front of the line, and that's a tough place to be. You're doing an awesome job getting the most you can out of her. I would say of the group, you're maybe not quite as perfect getting those feet set. Every now and then you just stop and let her stand and get her braced up before she's perfect. Make the extra effort to get those feet just right, okay? I'd also say when you move around the front of her, just try to be a little smoother. I know if you're nervous, you want to win, you're doing an awesome job showing me that competitiveness. Try to be a little bit smoother. Try to be a little bit not quite as quick going around the front, a little slower, but man, you do a really great job. Love your composure. Love the way you're propping her up when you're getting her going. Just some of those small things that make a difference, okay? You do a great job. Congratulations to all four of those seniors. Again, talk to the ones behind me. Awesome, awesome group of kids. Give them a big round of applause as they all head out.
And your senior showmanship winner in the goat show, Camille Schmidt. Our exhibitors enter in the ring for our final event for our winners in our three divisions of our goat showmanship. Levy Hudson won the junior showmanship. Intermediate was won by Keegan Potter, and the senior exhibitor, Camille Schmidt.
Excellent, excellent group of division winners. Give all three of these young ladies a round of applause. They're doing a phenomenal, phenomenal job. I've said it in every division. I know these hogs. Man, I need a nap too. These goats, the hogs yesterday, the cattle yesterday, the sheep. They've been showing all day, so they're worn out. The kids are tired, but man, you guys are still putting in the effort, doing an excellent job, and really appreciate everybody's attitudes. Appreciate you guys having me down. Appreciate the opportunity to work with your kids. My hope is that you guys keep working hard, you keep having fun with your family, but man, this is a really great thing to do. Appreciate it. Have some gratitude, like the judge earlier said. Just say thank you to those people that helped you, and keep appreciating it, because this time is fleeting, and the time you spend together as family is really, really important. So don't take it for granted. Awesome group of three young ladies. You guys do a great job. Again, I said it in every species, but the best showmen get the most out of that animal, make them look the part every time. And there's one out here that's done it with every animal I've seen them show. Young lady in the middle's gonna win. Awesome job to her.
And And your award for the overall goat champion showmanship goes to Keegan Potter. Congratulations.
Whatever it is you wrangle, whatever seeds you sow, no matter what you nurture or what you choose to grow, at Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, we're proud to protect all Texans. Whatever it is you wrangle, whatever seeds you sow,